Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1: The Hidden Valleys of Magic. Long before the Ministry of Magic established its network of registered magical settlements, long before Diagon Alley bustled with commerce, and long before Hogsmeade became the only all-wizarding village in Britain, there existed communities that carved their existence into the very bones of the earth itself. These were the Gorge magical communities, settlements that found sanctuary and power in the deep valleys cut by ancient waters and shaped by magical forces beyond ordinary comprehension. Imagine yourself standing at the rim of such a gorge, where the morning mist still clings to walls of stone that plunge hundreds of feet into shadowed depths. The air here carries a different quality, thicker with magic, as if the very act of water cutting through rock for millennia has concentrated the earth's mystical energies into these narrow channels. Below you, barely visible through the ethereal fog, lights begin to twinkle. Not the harsh illumination of Muggle cities, but the warm, golden glow of magical dwellings carved directly into the living rock. These communities developed not by accident, but through the profound understanding that certain geographical features naturally amplify and contain magical energy. The earliest wizarding settlers, those who predated even the founding of Hogwarts, recognized that gorges possessed unique properties that made them ideal for magical habitation. The towering walls provided natural protection from both Muggle observation and magical threats, while the narrow passages created natural choke points that could be easily defended with enchantments and wards. But protection was only one advantage these early magical communities discovered. The acoustics of a gorge created perfect conditions for certain types of magic, particularly those involving sound, resonance, and vibrational energies. Spells cast within these natural amphitheaters could be amplified and sustained in ways impossible on open ground. The stone walls themselves became repositories of magical energy, absorbing and storing the accumulated spellwork of generations until the very rock hummed with power. Consider the daily life of a wizard, awakening in such a community. As dawn breaks above the gorge rim, the first rays of sunlight penetrate the depths at sharp angles, creating dramatic plays of light and shadow across the carved facades of homes. These dwellings, hewn directly from the cliff faces, blend so seamlessly with the natural rock that from above, they remain virtually invisible to the casual observer. Windows appear as natural shadows, doorways as mere cracks in the stone, and chimneys as geological formations. The architecture of gorge magical communities developed its own unique characteristics born from necessity and enhanced by magical innovation. Rooms extended deep into the rock, their walls smoothed and strengthened by generations of stone-working charms. Corridors followed natural fault lines and cave systems, expanded and connected through carefully applied blasting curses and patient excavation magic. The result was not the organic, flowing architecture of places like the Burrow, but something more akin to ancient dwarven halls, solid, enduring, and intimately connected to the earth itself. Water played a crucial role in these communities, as the rivers and streams that originally carved the gorges continued to provide both practical necessities and magical opportunities. These waterways, flowing deep in the shadowed depths, often possessed their own magical properties, enhanced by centuries of contact with spell-infused stone and the mystical energies that accumulated in such places. The sound of flowing water provided a constant background that helped mask magical activities from any muggles who might venture near the gorge rim, while the water itself served as both a source of power for certain enchantments and a means of transportation between different levels of the community. The vertical nature of gorge settlements created a unique social structure, unlike any other in the wizarding world. Families might span multiple levels, with younger generations establishing their homes higher up the walls, while the eldest remained in the deepest, most protected chambers. This vertical hierarchy wasn't based on magical ability or wealth, as it might be in other wizarding communities, but on age, wisdom, and the sacred responsibility of guarding the community's deepest secrets and most powerful magical artifacts. Transportation within these communities required innovation and magical adaptation. While young wizards might navigate the cliff faces through careful use of levitation charms or specialized climbing equipment enhanced with sticking charms, the communities developed unique magical solutions for moving people and goods vertically. Enchanted platforms that responded to spoken passwords allowed for safe transport between levels, while permanent featherlight charms on essential structures made it possible to construct bridges and walkways that appeared impossibly delicate, yet could support substantial weight. The magical practices that developed within gorge communities were as unique as their living arrangements. The constant presence of stone walls created natural limitations on certain types of magic, while amplifying others. Transfiguration, for instance, became highly specialized, focusing on working with stone and mineral rather than organic materials. These wizards developed techniques for transmuting one type of rock into another, for encouraging the growth of crystals with specific magical properties, and for creating stone that could channel and store magical energy with unprecedented efficiency. Herbology in gorge communities necessarily focused on plants that could thrive in partial sunlight and rocky soil. Over generations, these communities developed relationships with unique magical flora, lichens that glowed with soft phosphorescence, providing natural lighting for the deepest chambers, crystalline growths that could purify water and air, and hardy climbing plants whose roots could penetrate solid rock, helping to stabilize carved chambers and passages, while providing ingredients for specialized potions. The isolation of gorge communities, while providing security and magical advantages, also fostered a culture of self-reliance and innovation. Cut off from easy access to places like Diagon Alley, these wizards became masters of creating their own magical tools and supplies. They developed techniques for growing their own wandwoods in carefully tended groves at the gorge rim, for mining and refining magical minerals from the surrounding stone, and for creating complex alchemical installations that used the gorge's natural acoustics and energy flows to enhance their work. Communication between gorge communities and the outside wizarding world required careful planning and specialized methods. Outpost, while possible, was complicated by the narrow openings and the tendency for the birds to become disoriented in the echoing depths. These communities often relied on magical techniques that worked with the gorge environment. Message crystals that could be activated by sound, mirror networks that used the reflection of water and stone to transmit images and voices across vast distances, and in some cases, trained magical creatures that were naturally suited to navigating vertical terrain. The children of gorge communities grew up with an intimate understanding of three-dimensional space that served them well at Hogwarts, particularly in subjects like astronomy, where their practiced eye for angles and distances proved advantageous. They arrived at school with unique magical skills, an intuitive understanding of stone and crystal magic, an ability to work comfortably in confined spaces, and often an unusual affinity for spells involving sound and resonance. Their presence in the castle's magical community brought perspectives and techniques that enriched the broader understanding of magical practice. Defense of gorge communities relied heavily on the natural advantages of their terrain combined with carefully placed magical protections. The narrow entrances could be sealed with powerful wards that would take considerable time and effort to break, while the vertical nature of the settlements meant that attackers would be forced to approach along predictable routes, where defensive magic could be concentrated most effectively. Many gorge communities developed reputations as virtually impregnable fortresses, their locations known only through carefully guarded family traditions, and their entrances protected by illusions that made them appear as nothing more than natural rock formations. The magical energy that accumulated in these stone chambers over generations created phenomena unique to gorge communities. Rooms that had been used for the same purpose for centuries developed their own magical personalities. Libraries where books would organize themselves according to the research needs of their readers. Workshops where tools would anticipate the craftsman's requirements, and meditation chambers where the very air seemed to resonate with accumulated wisdom and peaceful energy. As you stand at the edge of this ancient gorge, feeling the cool air rising from its depths and listening to the subtle sounds of life echoing off stone walls far below, you begin to understand how geography and magic intertwined to create something entirely unique in the wizarding world. These communities represent not just innovative approaches to magical living, but a fundamental understanding that magic works best when it flows in harmony with the natural world rather than in opposition to it. The mist begins to clear as the morning progresses, revealing glimpses of the intricate civilization carved into the living rock, gardens hanging impossibly from vertical walls, bridges spanning the narrow gap with ethereal grace, and the warm glow of windows that transform stark stone into welcoming homes. In the growing light, you catch sight of figures moving along paths cut into the cliff face, their movements confident and sure, despite the dramatic vertical drop beside them. These gorge magical communities, hidden from the casual observer and protected by both geography and generations of careful ward work, represent one of the wizarding world's most remarkable adaptations to the challenge of living secretly alongside the Muggle world. They demonstrate how magical communities could thrive, not by hiding from the natural world, but by embracing it so completely that they became part of the landscape itself. As the sun climbs higher and the last of the morning mist dissipates, revealing the full scope of this vertical magical civilization, one cannot help but wonder, what secrets do these stone-dwelling wizards guard in their deepest chambers, and how might their unique understanding of earth magic have shaped the broader development of wizarding society in ways we have yet to fully appreciate? Chapter 2. Ancient Settlements in Stone. In the deepest archives of magical history, where parchments crumble at the slightest touch and ink fades to whispers of its former clarity, there exist records that speak of the first wizards who looked upon the raw wounds in the earth and saw not obstacles, but opportunities. These ancient settlers, working in an age when magic flowed more freely, and the boundaries between the magical and mundane worlds remained fluid, recognized that certain geographical features could serve as natural amplifiers for their mystical abilities. The earliest gorge settlements emerged during what historians now call the Age of Stone Wisdom, a period roughly contemporary with the building of Stonehenge and other megalithic monuments that still puzzle Muggle archaeologists today. During this era, wizards possessed an understanding of earth magic that has since been largely lost, techniques that allowed them to work with stone and mineral as easily as modern wizards manipulate wood and fabric. These pioneers didn't simply carve homes from rock. They convinced the stone itself to reshape according to their needs, using magic that worked in partnership with the geological forces that had created the gorges in the first place. Picture, if you will, a small band of these ancient wizards standing at the edge of what would become the first permanent gorge settlement. The location they had chosen lay in what is now the Scottish Highlands, where a particularly violent magical storm centuries earlier had torn a dramatic gash through solid granite, creating a gorge of exceptional depth and magical resonance. The walls rose nearly 300 feet on either side, their surfaces scarred and polished by the catastrophic forces that had birthed this natural cathedral. These early settlers possessed names that have been lost to time, but their magical signatures remain embedded in the stone itself, detectable even today by those with sufficient sensitivity to ancient magic. They called upon techniques that modern wizards would find both familiar and utterly alien, spells that shared root words with contemporary transfiguration, but that operated on principles of cooperation rather than domination, asking the stone to reshape itself rather than forcing it to comply. The first dwellings carved into the gorge walls were simple affairs, little more than expanded natural caves, enhanced with basic comfort charms. But as the community grew, and their understanding of the gorge's unique properties deepened, their architectural ambitions expanded accordingly. They discovered that certain types of stone within the gorge possessed natural magical conductivity, allowing spells cast in one chamber to resonate throughout the entire complex. This discovery led to the development of the first integrated magical architectural systems, where the dwelling itself became an extension of the wizard's magical practice. The process of expansion followed natural patterns that respected both the geological structure of the gorge and the flowing nature of magical energy. Corridors followed fault lines where the stone was naturally weaker and more amenable to magical reshaping. Chambers expanded along crystal formations that enhanced magical resonance. Vertical shafts aligned with underground streams that provided both water and natural magical currents that could power permanent enchantments. As generations passed, the Gorge settlement developed its own unique magical traditions that were intimately connected to its stone environment. Children born within these rocky chambers emerged with an instinctive understanding of earth magic that manifested in ways both subtle and profound. They could sense the stress patterns in stone, feel the natural magical currents that flowed through the gorge, and work with crystal and mineral in ways that seemed almost telepathic to outside observers. The expansion of the settlement required innovations in magical engineering that would influence wizarding architecture for centuries to come. The vertical nature of the community meant that traditional concepts of foundation and support needed to be completely reconsidered. Load-bearing walls became three-dimensional puzzles where magical reinforcement had to flow through complex networks of stone, while the addition of new chambers required careful consideration of how they would affect the magical harmonics of the entire complex. Tools and techniques developed within this ancient settlement became legendary among those few wizards who maintained knowledge of traditional earth magic. The stone singers, as they came to be known, could coax rock to flow like water through carefully modulated vocal techniques that worked with the natural resonance of the gorge. Their chanted spells, when properly performed within the acoustic environment of the narrow canyon, could convince granite to become as malleable as clay, while maintaining its essential strength and durability. The magical properties of the stone itself evolved over time, influenced by centuries of spellwork and the accumulated magical energy of multiple generations. Walls that had been shaped by the earliest settlers developed their own responsive qualities, becoming warmer in winter and cooler in summer without any additional enchantment. Doorways learned to recognize the magical signatures of residents, opening automatically for family members while remaining sealed against intruders. Storage chambers developed preservation qualities that kept food fresh and potions stable without any ongoing magical maintenance. Water management became a crucial aspect of the community's magical engineering, as the streams that flowed through the gorge bottom needed to be channeled and controlled to prevent flooding while maintaining their contribution to the settlement's magical ecosystem. The ancient wizards developed techniques for carving channels that would direct water flow in patterns that enhanced rather than disrupted the magical currents flowing through the stone. They created reservoirs that could store not just water but magical energy, pools that glowed with soft phosphorescence, and could power the settlement's lighting and heating systems. The social structure that emerged within this vertical community reflected both practical necessities and the unique magical environment of the gorge. Families claimed territories based not on arbitrary boundaries, but on natural divisions in the stone. Chambers grouped around particular crystal formations, or connected by corridors that followed the same geological fault line. Leadership evolved organically, with the most skilled stoneworkers and earth magic practitioners naturally taking responsibility for major decisions about expansion and magical maintenance. Trade relationships with the outside world developed gradually and carefully, as the gorge dwellers had to balance their need for certain resources against their desire for secrecy and security. They became master craftsmen in working with magical stone and crystal, creating items that were highly prized by wizards throughout ancient Britain. Their products included self-heating stones that could warm entire rooms, crystal formations that could store and replay magical music, and architectural elements that could transform any building into a structure with enhanced magical properties. The defensive advantages of the gorge location became apparent during the various conflicts that swept through ancient magical Britain. The narrow entrance could be easily sealed with ward stones that made the opening invisible from above, while the vertical nature of the settlement meant that even if attackers breached the outer defenses, they would face a grueling upward battle against defenders who held every advantage of position and magical preparation. During several recorded sieges, the Gorge settlement proved impregnable, its residents able to outlast attackers, who eventually grew frustrated with the impossibility of assaulting such a fortified position. The magical knowledge preserved within the settlement's stone archives became legendary among scholars of ancient magic. Unlike parchment or wood, stone could store magical information indefinitely without degradation, and the gorge dwellers developed techniques for embedding not just words but entire spell sequences directly into the rock walls. These living libraries contained knowledge that predated the founding of Hogwarts by centuries, including magical techniques that had been lost to the wider wizarding world, but continued to be practiced within the protected environment of the gorge community. Children of the settlement received an education that combined traditional magical subjects with specialized training in earth magic and geological understanding. They learned to read the stress patterns in stone, as easily as other young wizards learned to read books, to sense underground water sources and mineral deposits, and to work with the magical properties of different types of rock and crystal. Many of these young people eventually left the gorge to study at Hogwarts or other magical institutions, where their unique skills and perspectives enriched the broader magical community. The influence of this ancient settlement extended far beyond its own walls, as the techniques and knowledge developed within the gorge spread to other magical communities throughout Britain and beyond. The principles of working in harmony with natural magical currents, of creating architecture that enhanced rather than merely contained magical practice, and of building communities that could sustain themselves indefinitely in hidden locations, became fundamental concepts in wizarding society. As centuries passed, and the wider wizarding world became increasingly concerned with maintaining secrecy from growing Muggle populations, the Gorge settlement's approach to hidden living became a model for other magical communities. The techniques pioneered in this ancient stone city influenced the design of places like Diagon Alley, where magical commerce could flourish while remaining completely invisible to Muggle eyes, and Hogsmeade, where an entire wizarding village could exist without detection. The legacy of these ancient stone workers lives on not just in the physical structures they created, but in the fundamental understanding they developed about the relationship between magic and the natural world. Their recognition that certain geographical features could amplify and focus magical energy laid the groundwork for much of what we now consider standard practice in wizarding architecture and community planning. Standing within the chambers they carved so many centuries ago, where the walls themselves seem to pulse with accumulated magical energy, and the very air carries echoes of ancient incantations, one cannot help but feel connected to these long-dead pioneers who first looked upon a wounded landscape and saw the possibility of creating something both beautiful and enduring. What drives us to seek harmony between our magical abilities and the natural forces of the world around us? And how might the ancient wisdom of the Stone Singers guide us toward a deeper understanding of magic's true potential? Chapter 3. The Gorge of Whispered Secrets. Deep within the borderlands between England and Wales, where ancient oak forests give way to windswept moorland, and the very air seems thick with untold stories, there lies a gorge unlike any other in the magical world. Known to the few who are aware of its existence as Murmur's Hollow, this narrow canyon has served for over 8 centuries as the wizarding world's most discreet center of information exchange, a place where secrets flow as freely as the underground streams that carved its serpentine passages. The discovery of Murmur's Hollow's unique properties occurred quite by accident in the 13th century, when a young wizard named Cornelius Whisperwind sought shelter from a violent thunderstorm within what appeared to be an ordinary cave. As he waited for the weather to clear, Cornelius began to notice something extraordinary about the acoustics of his temporary refuge. Words spoken in the deepest chamber could be heard clearly at the cave mouth, while whispered conversations at the entrance carried perfectly to hidden alcoves far within the stone passages. More remarkably still, Cornelius discovered that the gorge seemed to remember sounds, holding echoes of conversations long after the speakers had departed. By placing his ear against certain smooth sections of the wall, he could hear fragments of discussions that had taken place hours or even days earlier, as if the stone itself had become a repository of spoken words. This phenomenon, which he initially dismissed as mere acoustic trickery, proved to be something far more profound, a natural magical property that would transform the gorge into one of the wizarding world's most valuable resources. The geological formation of Murmur's Hollow created a perfect storm of acoustic and magical conditions that made it ideal for the collection and preservation of information. The gorge twisted through the landscape in a series of sharp turns and narrow chambers, each bend creating natural sound chambers that amplified certain frequencies while dampening others. The stone itself, a unique form of limestone infused with trace amounts of magical minerals, possessed the unusual property of absorbing and slowly releasing sound waves, creating the effect that locals came to call stone memory. Within a generation of Cornelius Whisperwind's discovery, word of the gorge's unusual properties had spread throughout the wizarding community, though this knowledge was carefully guarded and shared only among those whose discretion could be trusted absolutely. The location's potential for gathering intelligence was immediately apparent to those who understood the value of information in a world where knowledge could mean the difference between magical success and catastrophic failure. The first permanent residents of Murmur's Hollow were information brokers, wizards who made their living by collecting, verifying, and trading secrets. These pioneers developed the settlement not as a traditional community focused on family life and commerce, but as a specialized center designed to maximize the gorge's information-gathering capabilities. Every chamber was positioned to take advantage of the acoustic properties, every corridor was carved to enhance the stone's memory effects, and every dwelling was designed to facilitate the discreet exchange of sensitive knowledge. The architecture that evolved within Murmur's Hollow reflected its unique purpose in ways both subtle and profound. Conference chambers were shaped like musical instruments, their curved walls designed to carry the slightest whisper to carefully positioned listening posts, while ensuring that conversations could not be overheard by unintended ears. Private consultation rooms featured walls embedded with sound-dampening charms that could be activated with a simple gesture, creating zones of perfect silence within a place where every other surface seemed eager to collect and preserve spoken words. The development of specialized communication magic within the gorge represented one of the most significant advances in information-gathering techniques in wizarding history. The residents created spells that could enhance the stone's natural memory properties, allowing important conversations to be preserved for months or even years. They developed techniques for extracting specific types of information from the accumulated echoes, filtering out irrelevant noise, to focus on particular voices or topics. Most remarkably, the information brokers of Murmur's Hollow pioneered the use of what they called echo weaving, a complex magical practice that involved combining fragments of different conversations preserved in the stone to create complete pictures of events that no single speaker had fully described. A skilled echo weaver could take whispered hints from a dozen different sources, recorded by the stone over the course of weeks or months, and assemble them into detailed intelligence about political movements, criminal activities, or magical research that those involved had believed to be completely secret. The clientele that visited Murmur's Hollow represented every level of wizarding society, from ministry officials seeking information about potential threats to the magical community, to private individuals hoping to uncover family secrets. or verify the trustworthiness of business partners. The Gorge's reputation for absolute discretion meant that even the most paranoid clients felt safe conducting their business within its walls, knowing that the residents' continued prosperity depended entirely on maintaining the confidentiality of their visitors. The methods used to verify and authenticate information within the Gorge evolved into a sophisticated system of magical forensics that influenced investigative techniques throughout the wizarding world. The residents developed spells that could analyze the emotional resonance of preserved conversations, detecting deception through subtle changes in voice patterns that the stone had captured along with the words themselves. They created techniques for dating stored information by analyzing the magical signatures embedded in the echoes, allowing them to construct detailed timelines of events based on when various conversations had taken place. The social structure of Murmur's Hollow reflected the specialized nature of its community, with residents organized not by traditional family groups, but by their particular areas of expertise within the information trade. Echo weavers formed the elite class, their ability to extract meaning from seemingly random fragments of preserved conversation, making them the most valuable and well-compensated members of the community. Sound analysts specialized in verifying the authenticity of information and detecting attempts at deception, while memory keepers focused on maintaining and organizing the vast archive of conversations stored within the Gorge's walls. Security within the Gorge operated on principles quite different from those employed by other magical communities. Rather than relying primarily on concealment or physical barriers, Murmur's Hollow's defenses centered on information control and misdirection. Visitors were guided along specific routes that exposed them to carefully selected ambient conversations, creating the impression that they were overhearing valuable intelligence while actually receiving information that the residents wanted them to possess. The Gorge's unique properties created challenges as well as opportunities for its residents. The constant presence of preserved conversations meant that true privacy was virtually impossible within the settlement, leading to the development of complex social protocols governing when and where sensitive personal discussions could take place. Residents learned to communicate important private information through written notes or specialized sign languages, saving spoken communication for matters they were willing to have potentially overheard and remembered by the stone. The training required to become a skilled practitioner of the Gorge's specialized magic was extensive and demanding, requiring not only traditional magical education, but also development of enhanced auditory perception and memory techniques that allowed practitioners to work effectively with the overwhelming amount of information constantly available within the settlement. Young people who showed aptitude for this work underwent apprenticeships that could last for decades, gradually developing the ability to extract meaningful intelligence from the chaos of overlapping echoes and preserved conversations. The influence of Murmur's Hollow extended far beyond its own walls, through the network of information that flowed out to clients throughout the wizarding world. Intelligence gathered within the Gorge influenced major political decisions, prevented magical disasters, and helped resolve conflicts that might otherwise have escalated into open warfare. The settlement's residents took pride in their role as silent guardians of magical society, their work often preventing catastrophes that the wider wizarding world never knew had threatened. The preservation of historical information within the Gorge created an invaluable archive of wizarding society that supplemented and often corrected official records maintained by institutions like the Ministry of Magic. Conversations preserved in the stone provided insights into historical events from the perspectives of ordinary wizards, revealing details about daily life, social attitudes, and cultural changes that rarely found their way into formal historical documents. The magical innovations developed within Murmur's Hollow influenced the broader understanding of sound-based magic throughout the wizarding world. Techniques pioneered in the Gorge contributed to advances in magical communication, security systems, and even entertainment, as the principles of sound preservation and manipulation found applications far beyond the realm of intelligence gathering. As twilight settles over the Gorge, and the day's last visitors depart along the hidden paths that lead back to the outside world, the stone walls continue their eternal vigil, collecting and preserving the whispered secrets that tomorrow will add to their vast archive of human knowledge and folly. In the growing darkness, where every surface holds the echo of countless conversations and every shadow might conceal a listener trained in the ancient arts of information extraction, one cannot help but wonder about the nature of secrets themselves. What truths do we guard most carefully in our own whispered conversations? And how might the world change if every word spoken in confidence were preserved forever in stone, waiting for the right listener to unlock its hidden meaning? Chapter 4. Water Magic and River Communities. In the shadowed depths where ancient waters continue their eternal work of carving stone, where the sound of flowing streams provides a constant symphony that masks magical activities from the world above, the Gorge communities that embraced water magic developed some of the most sophisticated and harmonious relationships between wizards and the natural forces of their environment. These settlements, built not merely alongside rivers, but in true partnership with the flowing waters that created their canyon homes, represent perhaps the purest expression of magic working in harmony with the elemental forces of the earth. The most renowned of these water-focused gorge communities flourished in what is now the Lake District, where a particularly energetic mountain stream had carved a deep, narrow gorge through slate and limestone over the course of millennia. The Silverflow Gorge, as it came to be known, possessed waters that held an unusually high concentration of magical minerals dissolved from the rocks through which they passed, creating a stream that was not merely water, but a flowing conduit of magical energy that could enhance and amplify spells cast in its vicinity. The first wizards to settle in Silverflow Gorge were water workers, magical practitioners who specialized in the manipulation and enhancement of aquatic magic. They recognized immediately that the combination of the gorge's natural acoustic properties and the magical conductivity of its waters created opportunities for spell work that existed nowhere else in the wizarding world. The flowing stream served as both a source of power and a medium for magical transmission, allowing complex enchantments to be woven into the very current of the water and carried throughout the length of the gorge. These early settlers developed architectural techniques that integrated their dwellings directly with the water systems of the gorge, creating homes that were cooled in summer and warmed in winter by carefully channeled streams that flowed through chambers carved specifically to work with the natural hydraulics of the canyon. The sound of water became a constant presence in every room, its gentle murmur providing both comfort and a natural masking effect that made private conversations impossible to overhear from outside the immediate area. The magical practices that evolved within the Silverflow community centered on the understanding that water, particularly water that had been in contact with magical minerals for extended periods, could serve as a medium for storing and transmitting magical energy with remarkable efficiency. The residents developed spells that could charge the flowing stream with specific magical properties, creating effects that would influence the entire length of the gorge. A healing enchantment cast into the water at the source would provide subtle but measurable therapeutic benefits to anyone who drank from the stream further downstream. The most remarkable innovation of the waterworkers was their development of what they called current writing, a technique that involved encoding magical information directly into the flow patterns of water. By creating precise disturbances in the stream's surface using carefully controlled magic, practitioners could embed complex spell sequences that would travel with the current, maintaining their integrity for hours or even days before gradually dissipating back into the natural flow of the water. These encoded currents could carry not just information but actual magical effects, allowing a wizard working at the source of the stream to cast spells that would manifest their effects at specific locations downstream. The technique required incredible precision and deep understanding of both water dynamics and magical theory, but skilled practitioners could essentially use the entire length of the gorge as an extension of their magical range, casting healing spells that would activate when the encoded current reached a patient's location, or protective wards that would only manifest when the water encountered specific magical signatures. The agricultural applications of water magic within the gorge communities produced some of the most remarkable magical gardens ever cultivated. The residents learned to charge irrigation water with growth-enhancing properties that could coax extraordinary productivity from plants grown in the rocky soil of the canyon floor. They developed techniques for creating microclimates within individual garden plots, by controlling the temperature and magical properties of the water that nourished each area, allowing tropical plants to flourish alongside alpine species within the same terraced growing space. The magical fauna that evolved within these water-enhanced environments were unlike creatures found anywhere else in the wizarding world. Fish that swam in the magically charged waters developed remarkable properties, their scales shimmering with stored magical energy and their movements creating small eddies of visible magic in their wake. These creatures were never harvested for their magical properties, as the community understood that they served as living components of the Gorge's magical ecosystem, helping to regulate and distribute the mystical energies that flowed through the water system. The seasonal variations in the magical properties of the stream created a natural calendar that governed much of the community's magical practice. During spring snowmelt, when the volume of water increased dramatically, the stream's magical capacity expanded proportionally, making it an ideal time for major enchantments and community-wide magical projects. Summer brought lower water levels but higher concentrations of magical minerals, perfect for precision work and delicate spellcrafting. Autumn saw the water's properties shift toward preservation and storage magic, while winter's slower, deeper flow excelled at carrying long-term enchantments and protective spells. The community developed specialized magical tools and implements designed to work specifically with flowing water magic. Wands carved from woods that had been shaped by years of contact with the magical stream possessed enhanced abilities for water-based spells. Cauldrons formed from stone that had been naturally polished by centuries of flowing water could brew potions with properties impossible to achieve using conventional equipment. Crystal formations that grew in the spray zones of small waterfalls became powerful focusing devices for magic that worked with the dynamic energy of moving water. The transportation systems within water-focused gorge communities represented marvels of magical engineering that combined practical necessity with innovative spellwork. Boats enchanted to navigate the narrow, fast-flowing streams could carry passengers and cargo between different levels of the settlement with remarkable speed and efficiency. These vessels required constant magical maintenance to function properly in the unpredictable currents and tight confines of the gorge, leading to the development of a specialized class of magical engineers who devoted their careers to perfecting water-based transportation magic. The preservation of knowledge within these communities relied heavily on water-based magical techniques that took advantage of the stream's natural properties. Important information could be encoded into specially prepared crystals that were then placed in the flowing water, where they would gradually dissolve while releasing their stored knowledge into the current. This created a form of distributed information storage, where the community's collective wisdom became literally part of the water system, accessible to properly trained residents, but completely invisible to outside observers. The healing practices that developed within the water magic communities achieved legendary status throughout the broader wizarding world. The combination of magically enhanced water and the gorge's natural acoustic properties created ideal conditions for therapeutic magic that worked on both physical ailments and psychological trauma. Patients would often spend weeks in specially designed chambers where they could be immersed in flowing streams charged with healing enchantments, while the sound of water and the echoing properties of the stone walls created a deeply restorative environment. The defensive capabilities of water-enhanced gorge communities were formidable and unique, relying on the residents' ability to manipulate the very medium that had carved their homes. In times of threat, the stream could be charged with protective magic that would create barriers invisible to attackers, but impassable without proper magical authorization. The water itself could be temporarily transformed into a weapon, its flow redirected and accelerated to create powerful hydraulic forces that could repel invaders or seal entrances with walls of magically hardened liquid. The influence of these water magic techniques extended far beyond the gorge communities themselves, contributing to advances in magical theory that influenced everything from potion making to weather magic throughout the wizarding world. The understanding that moving water could serve as a medium for complex magical transmission led to improvements in communication magic, healing practices, and even the development of more efficient methods for powering large-scale enchantments. Children raised within these water-focused communities developed an intuitive understanding of fluid dynamics and the magical properties of liquids that served them well in their later magical education. They arrived at places like Hogwarts with an innate ability to work with potion ingredients and a deep appreciation for the subtle ways that magical energy could flow and transform, much like the waters that had shaped their earliest experiences of magic. The long-term magical effects of living in constant contact with enchanted flowing water created subtle but profound changes in the residents of these communities. Generations of exposure to water charged with healing magic produced people with remarkable longevity and resistance to disease. The constant background of flowing water sounds enhanced their ability to concentrate and meditate, while the dynamic magical environment sharpened their sensitivity to energy flows and magical currents. As moonlight catches the surface of the stream and transforms the flowing water into a ribbon of silver light that winds through the darkness of the gorge, the eternal song of water over stone continues to weave its magic through chambers where generations of wizards have learned to work in harmony with forces far older and more powerful than any single magical tradition. In this place where water and magic flow together as one continuous force, where every drop carries the potential for transformation, and every current holds the memory of ancient enchantments, one cannot help but contemplate the fundamental nature of change itself. What aspects of our own lives flow like water, constantly moving and transforming, and how might we learn to work with these natural currents of change, rather than attempting to direct them according to our limited understanding of where they should lead? Chapter 5. The Vertical Gardens of Magic, where most wizards see only stark cliff faces and impossible terrain. The magical horticulturists of the Gorge communities perceived endless possibilities for cultivation that would revolutionize the very concept of magical gardening. These vertical farmers, working against gravity itself and with growing conditions that would challenge even the most adaptable plants, developed techniques that transformed barren stone walls into lush gardens that defied both logic and the natural order of plant growth. The most spectacular example of vertical magical gardening emerged in the Thornspire Gorge, located in what is now the Yorkshire Dales, where innovative wizards spent 3 centuries transforming nearly vertical cliff faces into terraced gardens that seemed to float impossibly in mid-air. These aerial gardens, supported by a complex network of levitation charms and earth magic that worked in harmony with the natural mineral composition of the stone, created growing spaces where rare magical plants could flourish in conditions that existed nowhere else in nature. The development of levitation-based gardening began with the simple necessity of growing food in a location where traditional horizontal farming was impossible. The earliest gorge gardeners discovered that certain magical plants not only tolerated, but actually thrived when their root systems were suspended in mid-air and nourished by carefully controlled magical energy rather than conventional soil. This discovery led to experimentation with increasingly ambitious aerial cultivation projects that eventually produced some of the most valuable magical plants in the wizarding world. The foundation of vertical gardening magic rested on the understanding that plants, like all living things, respond to magical energy in ways that can supplement or even replace their normal environmental requirements. The Gorge gardeners developed techniques for creating what they called essence soil, a magical medium composed of concentrated earth energy, purified water charged with growth-enhancing spells, and carefully balanced nutrients that could be maintained in suspension around plant roots without any physical support structure. Creating a successful vertical garden required mastery of multiple magical disciplines working in perfect coordination. Levitation charms had to be precisely calibrated to support not just the weight of soil and plants, but also the dynamic forces created by wind, growth, and the changing water content of the growing medium. Earth magic was needed to provide the essential nutrients and minerals that plants normally drew from solid ground. Water magic ensured proper irrigation in an environment where traditional watering methods were impossible. The most challenging aspect of vertical gardening proved to be creating stable growing platforms that could maintain their position and magical integrity over extended periods. The Gorge gardeners developed innovative solutions using crystalline frameworks grown directly from the cliff face, structures that could channel and focus magical energy while providing anchor points for levitation charms that needed to operate continuously for months or years at a time. These crystal frameworks became works of art in their own right, delicate lattices of magically enhanced stone that spiraled up the cliff faces in patterns that followed the natural stress lines of the rock, while creating optimal growing conditions for different types of plants. Each framework was designed specifically for its intended crops, with varying levels of magical energy concentration, different crystal compositions to provide specific nutrients, and carefully calculated spacing to ensure proper light distribution in the narrow confines of the gorge. The plant varieties that evolved within these vertical gardens developed characteristics that distinguished them from their terrestrial cousins in remarkable ways. Suspended above the ground and nourished by pure magical energy, these aerial specimens often grew larger, produced more potent magical properties, and developed enhanced resistance to disease and pest damage. Some plants that normally grew as ground-hugging herbs transformed into climbing varieties that could scale the full height of the gorge walls, their enhanced magical properties concentrated in their elevated growing tips. The innovation of cascade gardening represented perhaps the most elegant solution to the challenges of vertical cultivation. This technique involved creating a series of graduated growing platforms that allowed excess water and nutrients to flow from upper levels to lower ones, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem where waste from upper gardens became nourishment for plants below. The magical energy used to maintain the levitation charms could also be stepped down through the cascade, with each level drawing power from the platform above it in an efficient chain of magical recycling. Seasonal management of vertical gardens required techniques unknown to conventional magical horticulture. The gorge gardeners learned to adjust the magical properties of their growing medium to compensate for changing light conditions as the sun's angle shifted throughout the year. They developed methods for protecting suspended plants from wind and weather that wouldn't be practical for ground-based cultivation, including the creation of selective magical barriers that could screen out harmful environmental factors while allowing beneficial elements to pass through. The irrigation systems developed for these aerial gardens represented marvels of magical engineering that combined water magic with precise levitation control. Water had to be lifted to extraordinary heights and distributed evenly across multiple growing platforms without the benefit of gravity to assist in flow control. The gardeners created networks of enchanted tubes and distribution nodes that could route water to specific plants based on their individual needs, with feedback systems that monitored soil moisture and plant health to automatically adjust watering schedules. The harvesting of vertical gardens required specialized techniques and equipment that bore little resemblance to conventional agricultural practices. Workers suspended on enchanted platforms moved through three-dimensional growing spaces, their movements coordinated to avoid disrupting the delicate magical systems that maintained the aerial gardens. Collection baskets had to be charmed with feather light and expansion properties to hold substantial harvests while remaining manageable at extreme heights. The magical properties of plants grown in these vertical systems often exceeded those of conventionally cultivated specimens by remarkable margins. Ingredients harvested from the aerial gardens commanded premium prices throughout the wizarding world, particularly among potion makers, who recognized that the enhanced magical concentration achieved through levitation cultivation could dramatically improve the effectiveness of their brews. The constant exposure to magical energy during growth created plants with more stable magical properties and longer shelf life than traditionally grown specimens. The specialized tools developed for vertical gardening influenced magical agriculture throughout the wizarding world. Pruning shears that could operate at a distance through magical remote control, soil composition analyzers that could evaluate growing medium without physical contact, and plant health monitoring systems that used magical resonance to detect problems before they became visible, all originated in the challenging environment of the Gorge Gardens. The ecological impact of vertical gardens extended far beyond their immediate growing spaces, as these aerial ecosystems created unique habitats for magical creatures that would otherwise have no suitable environment within the confines of the gorge. Specialized pollinators evolved to work with the suspended plants, while certain varieties of magical insects developed the ability to navigate the complex three-dimensional environment of the vertical gardens, creating entirely new ecological relationships that enriched the biodiversity of the gorge communities. The knowledge preservation systems developed by the vertical gardeners created some of the most comprehensive agricultural libraries in the wizarding world. Growing records were maintained not just in written form, but through magical samples of soil essence that could be analyzed to determine the exact growing conditions that had produced particular harvests. Seeds were stored in specially prepared crystal matrices that preserved not just their viability, but also the magical signatures of their parent plants and growing conditions. Training new practitioners in the arts of vertical gardening required years of intensive study that combined traditional herbology with advanced magical theory and practical skills that had no equivalent in conventional magical education. Apprentice gardeners spent months learning to work comfortably at extreme heights, while maintaining the concentration necessary for complex magical operations, developing a unique form of magical dexterity that allowed them to tend plants while suspended in mid-air. The philosophical implications of vertical gardening resonated throughout the magical agricultural community, as these techniques demonstrated that traditional limitations on where and how magical plants could be grown were largely artificial constraints imposed by conventional thinking. The success of the Gorge gardeners inspired experimentation with aerial cultivation in other magical communities, leading to advances in magical agriculture that benefited food production and potion ingredient cultivation throughout the wizarding world. The defensive applications of vertical gardens proved surprisingly significant, as these aerial growing systems could serve as highly effective barriers against both ground-based and flying attacks. Dense walls of magically enhanced vegetation suspended between cliff faces could stop most forms of magical assault, while remaining nearly invisible from above, creating protective screens that complemented the natural defensive advantages of the gorge environment. The seasonal cycles of the vertical gardens created spectacular displays that transformed the harsh stone environment of the gorge into something approaching natural paradise. Spring brought cascading waterfalls of flowering vines that seemed to float unsupported in the air, while summer saw the full development of fruit and herb gardens that hung like green tapestries against the cliff faces. Autumn brought harvest festivals where the entire community celebrated among gardens that glowed with the magical energy of mature plants, and winter revealed the elegant crystal frameworks that supported the sleeping gardens through the cold months. As dawn light filters down into the gorge and illuminates the impossible gardens that grace these vertical stone faces, where plants seem to grow from nothing but air and magical intention, where the very concept of up and down becomes meaningless in the face of vegetation that thrives without touching solid earth. One cannot help but marvel at the ingenuity that transforms limitation into opportunity. What seemingly impossible dreams might take root and flourish if we learn to nurture them with the same patient magic and innovative thinking that these gardeners brought to their vertical paradises. And how might our own growth be enhanced by releasing our attachment to conventional ideas about what conditions are necessary for success? Chapter 6. Bridgebuilders and Sky Paths. In the narrow spaces between towering cliff faces, where a single misstep could mean a fall of hundreds of feet into shadowed depths below, the master bridge builders of the gorge communities created pathways that defied both gravity and conventional magical engineering. These aerial architects, working with materials that existed nowhere else and techniques that pushed the boundaries of transfiguration and charm work, connected the scattered levels of vertical settlements with spans that seemed to float unsupported in the thin air of the canyon spaces. The most legendary of these bridge-building families was the Skywright clan, whose name became synonymous with impossible engineering, and whose constructions still span gorges throughout magical Britain centuries after their creation. The Skywrights understood that traditional approaches to bridge construction, heavy materials, solid foundations, and massive support structures were utterly unsuited to the unique challenges of gorge environments, where the distances were too great, the anchor points too limited, and the magical stresses too complex for conventional solutions. The first Skywright bridges were humble affairs, little more than reinforced planks held aloft by powerful levitation charms and steadied by guide ropes anchored to the cliff faces. But as the family's understanding of magical engineering deepened and their techniques grew more sophisticated, their constructions evolved into works of art that seemed to transcend the normal limitations of both magic and materials. These later bridges appeared to be woven from solidified moonbeams and morning mist, their surfaces providing secure footing while their supports remained virtually invisible to the casual observer. The secret of Skywright bridge construction lay in their revolutionary approach to magical materials, specifically their development of what they called tension crystal, a form of magically enhanced quartz that could be grown in long, incredibly thin filaments possessed of tensile strength that exceeded steel while weighing no more than spider silk. These crystal threads, when properly anchored and charged with sustaining magic, could support enormous loads while remaining so fine as to be nearly invisible, except when sunlight caught them at precisely the right angle. Creating tension crystal required a deep understanding of both crystal growth magic and the unique geological conditions found within gorge environments. The process began with seed crystals placed in specially prepared niches carved into the cliff faces, positions chosen not just for their structural soundness, but for their alignment with the natural magical currents that flowed through the stone. Over periods of months or even years, these seeds were encouraged to grow into the required configurations through daily applications of carefully calibrated growth magic and mineral supplements extracted from the surrounding rock. The installation of a major Skywright bridge was a community event that required the coordinated efforts of dozens of skilled magical practitioners working in perfect synchronization. The tension crystal filaments had to be positioned with mathematical precision, their anchor points calculated to distribute stress loads in ways that would not exceed the structural capacity of the cliff faces. The installation process itself was conducted entirely through magical manipulation, as the crystal threads were too delicate to handle directly and too dangerous to work with using conventional methods. The bridges themselves incorporated multiple layers of magical protection and functionality beyond their basic transportation purpose. The walking surfaces were created through a complex weaving of tension crystal into mesh patterns that could support the weight of multiple people while maintaining enough flexibility to absorb the dynamic stresses created by wind and movement. Weather protection charms built into the crystal matrix provided shelter from rain and snow, while warming enchantments prevented ice formation that could make the spans treacherous during winter months. The most sophisticated Skywright constructions included what they called adaptive pathways, bridges that could automatically adjust their configuration in response to changing conditions. These remarkable spans could alter their shape to compensate for wind loads, extend or contract their length to account for thermal expansion of the cliff faces, and even redirect their routes to avoid areas of unstable rock or dangerous magical phenomena. The enchantments required to achieve this level of responsiveness represented some of the most advanced magical engineering ever attempted. Navigation of the sky paths required skills that had no equivalent in the conventional wizarding world. Travelers learned to read the subtle signs that indicated a bridge's current condition, the barely visible shimmer that showed where the crystal supports were under optimal tension, the faint musical notes that healthy bridges produced when wind passed through their structure, and the almost imperceptible vibrations that warned of developing stress problems that might require magical maintenance. The bridge-building families developed specialized training programs for the young people who would inherit their techniques and responsibilities. These apprenticeships lasted for decades and required not just mastery of magical theory and practical construction skills, but also the development of exceptional spatial awareness and comfort with working at extreme heights. Apprentice bridge builders learned to perceive magical stress patterns, to calculate load distributions by feel, and to work with tension crystal using magical manipulation techniques that required extraordinary precision and control. The economic impact of these aerial transportation networks transformed the Gorge communities from isolated settlements into connected regions where trade and communication could flow freely between different canyon systems. Goods that might have required days to transport around the rim of a gorge could be moved across the depths in minutes, while messages and information could travel between communities that had previously been effectively cut off from each other during winter months, when cliff paths became impassable. The defensive applications of the bridge systems proved as important as their transportation functions. In times of threat, key bridges could be rapidly dismantled by disrupting their magical supports, cutting off access to protected areas, while leaving the physical infrastructure intact for reconstruction once the danger had passed. Some bridges incorporated deception enchantments that could make them appear solid to enemies while actually providing no support, leading attackers into deadly traps. The architectural integration of bridge systems with the overall design of gorge settlements required careful coordination between bridge builders and the stone workers who carved the cliff-face dwellings. Anchor points for major spans were often incorporated into the foundations of important buildings, while bridge approaches were designed to flow seamlessly into the carved corridors and chambers that connected them to the main settlement areas. The maintenance of tension crystal bridges demanded constant vigilance and specialized magical techniques that were passed down through the bridge-building families as closely guarded secrets. Regular inspections involved magical analysis of the crystal structure to detect developing flaws or areas of dangerous stress concentration. Repair work required the ability to splice new crystal segments into existing structures without disrupting the delicate balance of forces that kept the entire span stable. The innovations developed by the bridge builders influenced magical construction throughout the wizarding world, particularly in areas where conventional building techniques were inadequate for the challenges posed by magical environments. The principles of tension crystal construction found applications in the creation of magical buildings that needed to withstand extreme magical stresses, while the techniques for working with invisible support structures influenced the development of concealment magic used in protecting wizarding communities from Muggle observation. The artistic aspects of bridge construction evolved alongside the technical innovations, as the bridge builders recognized that their constructions served not just functional purposes, but also contributed to the aesthetic character of the Gorge communities. Later, skywright bridges incorporated decorative elements that enhanced their beauty without compromising their structural integrity. Patterns of colored crystal that created rainbow effects when sunlight passed through them. Musical enchantments that caused the bridges to produce haunting melodies when wind passed through their supports, and lighting effects that made the spans visible during darkness while maintaining their near invisibility during daylight hours. The psychological impact of living in communities connected by these impossible bridges profoundly influenced the culture and worldview of gorge dwellers. The daily experience of crossing spans that seemed to exist purely through magical will fostered a deep appreciation for the power of magic to transcend physical limitations, while the constant awareness of the vast empty spaces beneath their feet encouraged a philosophical perspective that emphasized the importance of faith, precision, and mutual dependence. The training of bridge maintenance specialists became a crucial aspect of Gorge community education, as the safety of entire settlements depended on the proper care of these delicate transportation systems. Young people who showed aptitude for tension crystal work were identified early and given specialized education that combined magical theory with practical engineering skills and the almost mystical awareness of stress and balance required to work effectively with crystal support systems. The development of emergency protocols for bridge failures represented some of the most sophisticated disaster planning in the wizarding world. Communities developed rapid response systems that could deploy temporary magical supports, evacuate people from failing spans, and coordinate rescue operations in the challenging three-dimensional environment of the Gorge settlements. These procedures required regular practice and constant refinement as bridge designs evolved and new challenges emerged. The seasonal variations in bridge behavior created annual cycles of maintenance and adjustment that became deeply integrated into the rhythms of Gorge community life. Spring brought intensive inspection and repair work as bridges emerged from winter dormancy. Summer allowed for major construction projects during the most favorable working conditions. Autumn required preparation work to ready the spans for winter stresses, and winter itself demanded constant vigilance as temperature variations and storm conditions tested the limits of even the most robust magical engineering. As evening approaches, and the last light catches the tension crystal threads that span this impossible void, transforming them momentarily into visible pathways of silver and gold that connect one wall of living stone to another. The true magic of these constructions becomes apparent, not in their engineering brilliance, but in their representation of humanity's refusal to accept limitation as final. What seemingly unbridgeable gaps in our own lives might be spanned if we approached them with the same combination of magical innovation, patient craftsmanship, and unwavering faith in the possibility of connection that these master builders brought to their impossible constructions. Chapter 7. Echo Magic and Stone Singing. Within the acoustic chambers carved by water and wind over countless millennia, where every whispered word can be amplified into a thunderous proclamation, and every musical note reverberates through stone corridors like the voice of the earth itself, the Gorge communities developed magical practices that transformed sound from mere vibration into a powerful tool for spell casting, communication, and artistic expression that transcended the boundaries between magic and music. The discovery of echo magic originated in the Resonance Gorge, a narrow canyon in the Pennines, where the specific geological composition and precise dimensions created acoustic properties so extraordinary that sounds could be sustained and manipulated for hours after their initial creation. The first wizards to settle in this remarkable location found that their spoken spells took on enhanced power and duration when cast within the gorge, while musical instruments produced effects that bordered on the miraculous, their notes seeming to take on physical presence as they bounced between the canyon walls. The theoretical foundation of echo magic rested on the understanding that sound, particularly sound produced within acoustically perfect environments, could serve as a carrier for magical energy in much the same way that wand movements channel and direct spell forces. The Gorge dwellers discovered that certain combinations of vocal tones, when properly modulated and projected within their stone amphitheaters, could sustain magical effects far longer and with greater power than conventional spell-casting techniques could achieve. The practice of stone singing emerged from generations of experimentation with the acoustic properties of different types of rock and mineral formations within the gorge walls. Skilled practitioners learned to identify the resonant frequencies of various stone compositions, discovering that each type of rock possessed its own musical signature that could be awakened and enhanced through carefully applied vocal techniques. Limestone sang in deep, sustained tones that could induce profound calm and facilitate healing magic, while granite produced sharp, crystalline notes that enhanced protective spells and structural enchantments. The training required to become a master stone singer demanded not only musical ability and magical knowledge, but also the development of extraordinary vocal control and the almost supernatural ability to hear and reproduce the subtle frequency variations that different stones could support. Apprentice singers spent years learning to match their voices to the natural resonance of the gorge walls, gradually developing the ability to coax musical responses from seemingly silent rock faces and to weave these geological harmonies into complex magical compositions. The most accomplished stone singers could create what they called living symphonies, musical compositions that incorporated the voices of multiple rock types within the gorge, creating elaborate harmonic structures that could maintain themselves for days or weeks after the initial performance. These sustained musical spells served various practical purposes within the community, from providing continuous background enchantments that enhanced plant growth in the vertical gardens to creating protective harmonies that helped maintain the stability of tension crystal bridges. The development of echo weaving represented perhaps the most sophisticated application of sound-based magic ever achieved. This technique involved creating multiple overlapping sound patterns that would interact with the gorge's acoustic properties to produce effects that were greater than the sum of their individual components. Master echo weavers could cast spells that would continue to evolve and change over time, as different sound elements emerged from the stone walls at predetermined intervals, creating magical effects that unfolded according to complex temporal patterns that might span months or even years. The instruments crafted specifically for use within the Gorge environments incorporated both traditional musical elements and innovative magical engineering that took advantage of the unique acoustic properties available in these settings. Echo harps featured strings that could be tuned to match the resonant frequencies of specific stone types, allowing musicians to play duets with the gorge walls themselves. Resonance drums were constructed with chambers that could capture and hold acoustic energy, storing musical phrases that could be released hours later to create delayed harmony effects. The most remarkable of these specialized instruments were the stone flutes, carved directly from the living rock of the gorge walls and tuned to work with the natural acoustic properties of their specific locations. Each stone flute was unique to its position within the canyon, producing sounds that could only be properly created when played in its original location. The music produced by these instruments seemed to emerge not just from the carved chambers and holes, but from the entire surrounding rock face, creating the impression that the cliff walls themselves were singing. The magical applications of echo magic extended far beyond musical performance into practical spell work that could accomplish tasks impossible through conventional magical techniques. Healing spells cast using echo magic techniques could be sustained for extended periods, providing continuous therapeutic effects that gradually intensified rather than diminishing over time. Communication magic enhanced through acoustic amplification could carry messages across vast distances, with the gorge walls serving as natural broadcasting systems that could transmit both words and magical intent. The defensive applications of stone singing proved particularly valuable for gorge communities, as hostile magic could be countered using acoustic techniques that disrupted the fundamental vibrations underlying enemy spells. Skilled defenders could create what they called silent zones, areas where the acoustic properties of the environment were temporarily altered to prevent the effective casting of verbal spells, essentially neutralizing magical attacks by eliminating the sound component necessary for most spell work. The preservation of musical knowledge within the gorge communities required innovative techniques that combined traditional written notation with magical methods for recording not just the notes and rhythms of compositions, but also their acoustic environments and resonance patterns. Musical libraries were created within specially prepared chambers that could store complete performances, including all the subtle interactions between human voice, instruments, and the responding harmonies of the stone walls themselves. The seasonal variations in the acoustic properties of the gorge created annual cycles of musical practice that became deeply integrated into the cultural life of these communities. Spring brought the awakening songs that helped restore the full resonance of stone surfaces after winter's dampening effects, while summer allowed for the most ambitious musical projects when acoustic conditions reached their optimal clarity. Autumn featured harvest harmonies that celebrated the year's achievements, and winter's altered acoustics created opportunities for intimate chamber music that took advantage of the season's more subdued sound environment. The training of young musicians within these communities began from earliest childhood, as children born within the acoustic environment of the gorge developed enhanced sensitivity to sound and rhythm that gave them natural advantages in learning echo magic techniques. These young people learned to speak and sing with an awareness of how their voices would interact with their stone environment, developing vocal techniques that were perfectly adapted to their specific acoustic surroundings. Influence of gorge musical traditions spread throughout the wizarding world through graduates who left their canyon homes to study at institutions like Hogwarts, where their unique musical abilities and understanding of acoustic magic enriched the broader magical community. The Hogwarts choir benefited enormously from the contributions of singers trained in echo magic techniques, while the castle's own acoustic properties were better understood and utilized thanks to knowledge gained from the stone singing traditions. The philosophical implications of echo magic resonated through wizarding magical theory, as these practices demonstrated that magic could be sustained and enhanced through partnership with natural environmental forces, rather than simply imposing human will upon the physical world. The success of stone singing encouraged other magical practitioners to explore how their own environments might contribute to and enhance their spell work, leading to advances in magical practice that emphasized harmony between wizard and setting. The healing applications of echo magic proved particularly significant for treating conditions that affected the mind and spirit rather than just physical ailments. The sustained harmonic environment created by stone singing could induce profound states of relaxation and mental clarity that facilitated recovery from psychological trauma and stress-related illnesses. Entire therapeutic protocols were developed around specific musical compositions that had been proven effective for treating particular types of emotional and mental distress. The artistic achievements of the stone singers represented some of the highest expressions of magical creativity ever achieved, as their compositions required not only musical and magical skill, but also deep understanding of geology, acoustics, and the subtle ways that human intention could interact with natural forces. The greatest stone singing compositions were considered living artworks that continued to evolve and reveal new aspects of their beauty over decades or centuries of performance. The technical innovations developed by echo magic practitioners influenced the broader understanding of how sound could be used in magical practice throughout the wizarding world. Techniques pioneered in the Gorge communities contributed to advances in magical communication, defensive magic, and healing practices that found applications far beyond their original acoustic environments. The principles of using environmental features to enhance and sustain magical effects became fundamental concepts in advanced magical theory. As twilight settles over the gorge and the day's last stone singer begins the evening harmonies that will sustain the community's protective enchantments through the night, the ancient walls begin to respond with voices that seem to emerge from the very heart of the earth, creating music that bridges the gap between human intention and the deep wisdom held within geological time. What songs might emerge from the stones of our own lives if we learn to listen for their natural rhythms and to harmonize our efforts with the deeper melodies that flow through the foundations of our daily existence? Chapter 8. The Deep Markets. In the sheltered depths, where ancient stone walls provided protection from both weather and unwanted observation, where the natural acoustics carried the sounds of commerce without betraying location to the outside world, the Gorge communities developed trading centers that became legendary throughout the magical world for their unique goods, innovative bartering systems, and the extraordinary crafts that could only be created within the specialized environments of the canyon settlements. The most renowned of these underground commercial centers was the Shadow Market of Drakemere Gorge, a trading complex carved into a natural cave system that had been expanded and enhanced over 5 centuries until it rivaled Diagon Alley in both scope and importance. Unlike the London shopping district with its emphasis on convenience and accessibility, the Shadow Market specialized in goods that required the unique environmental conditions of the gorge for their creation, making it a destination for discerning wizards seeking items that simply could not be obtained anywhere else in the magical world. The origins of the deep markets lay in the practical necessity of economic survival for communities that were largely cut off from conventional trade routes. The gorge settlements needed to exchange their specialized products for essential goods that they could not produce locally, while their isolation from major population centers meant that traditional commercial relationships were difficult to establish and maintain. The solution was to create trading posts that could serve as neutral ground, where merchants from the outside world could safely conduct business with the canyon dwellers. The architecture of these trading centers reflected both the protective advantages of the gorge environment and the specific needs of magical commerce. Storage chambers were carved into naturally cool areas of the rock where temperature variations were minimal, perfect for preserving delicate magical ingredients and finished products. Workshop spaces were positioned to take advantage of the Gorge's unique magical properties, areas where crystal formations enhanced enchantment work, chambers where acoustic properties improved potion brewing, and alcoves where the natural magical currents of the stone walls could power specialized crafting equipment. The goods produced within the Gorge markets were unlike anything available in conventional magical commerce, primarily because they required the specific environmental conditions of the canyon settlements for their creation. Tension crystal jewelry incorporated the same materials used in bridge construction, creating ornaments that were nearly weightless yet incredibly strong, and which possessed the unusual property of resonating with the wearer's emotional state to produce subtle color changes that served as a form of non-verbal communication. Stone song instruments represented another category of unique Gorge products, musical devices that could only be properly crafted within the acoustic environment of the canyons. These instruments incorporated actual fragments of the Gorge walls, allowing musicians to reproduce the stone singing effects even when performing in conventional environments. A flute carved from resonance Gorge limestone could make any room sound like a natural cathedral, while drums constructed using techniques pioneered in the canyon settlements could produce rhythmic effects that enhanced concentration and magical focus. The magical textiles produced within the Gorge markets utilized fibers that were enhanced through exposure to the unique magical currents flowing through the stone walls. Silk produced by moths that fed on the lichens growing in the deepest parts of the canyons could be woven into fabric that provided natural protection against hostile magic, while wool from sheep that grazed on the precipitous ledges above the settlements possessed warming properties that made garments comfortable in even the harshest weather conditions. The development of specialized magical tools for Gorge-specific crafts led to innovations that influenced toolmaking throughout the wizarding world. Carving implements that could work with living stone without damaging its magical properties, measuring devices that could accurately gauge the acoustic properties of different rock types, and testing equipment that could analyze the magical conductivity of various mineral formations, all originated in the workshops of the deep markets. The bartering systems that evolved within these trading centers operated on principles quite different from conventional magical commerce. Since the Gorge communities produced goods that were often unique and difficult to price using standard methods, trading relationships were based on complex networks of mutual obligation and reciprocal benefit that might extend over generations. A particularly fine tension crystal bridge component might be traded not for immediate payment, but for a promise of future services or priority access to rare materials when they became available. The authentication of goods within the deep markets required techniques that went far beyond simple quality assessment, as many Gorge products possessed magical properties that could only be verified using specialized testing methods. Master appraisers developed abilities to detect the acoustic signatures of genuine stone song instruments, to verify the magical conductivity of tension crystals, and to authenticate the unique environmental influences that made Gorge-crafted items so valuable. The security systems protecting the deep markets utilized the natural defensive advantages of the Gorge environment, combined with innovative magical protections that took advantage of the specialized knowledge of the canyon dwellers. Routes could be sealed, using sound-based passwords that required knowledge of stone-singing techniques to pronounce correctly, while the markets themselves were protected by acoustic wards that would alert defenders to the presence of intruders while remaining completely undetectable to conventional magical senses. The seasonal trading cycles of the deep markets created annual events that drew merchants from throughout the magical world to participate in commerce that combined business necessity with cultural celebration. The spring awakening markets featured goods crafted during the winter months when workshop conditions were optimal, while the autumn harvest markets showcased products that incorporated ingredients available only during the growing season of the vertical gardens. The training of young people for careers in the deep markets required education that combined traditional magical knowledge with specialized skills unique to Gorge commerce. Apprentice traders learned to evaluate the quality of tension crystals, to recognize the acoustic signatures of different types of stone song instruments, and to understand the complex bartering protocols that governed trade relationships within the canyon communities. This education often took place within the markets themselves, where young people could observe experienced merchants and gradually develop the sophisticated understanding necessary for success in this specialized field. The influence of the deep markets extended far beyond their immediate commercial function, as they served as centers for the exchange of information, techniques, and cultural innovations that enriched the broader wizarding world. Craftsmen who worked within the markets often collaborated with visiting artisans, leading to cross-pollination of techniques that produced new categories of magical goods that combined Gorge specialties with innovations from other magical communities. The development of quality control standards within the deep markets created some of the most rigorous testing and certification protocols in magical commerce. Products bearing the authentication marks of the major Gorge markets were recognized throughout the wizarding world as representing the highest standards of craftsmanship and magical effectiveness. These quality assurance systems became models for other specialized magical markets and contributed to the overall improvement of magical goods throughout the commercial network. The research and development activities conducted within the market workshops led to continuous innovation in magical crafting techniques, as the unique environmental conditions of the Gorge settlements allowed for experimentation that was impossible in conventional settings. New applications for tension crystal technology, improved methods for working with sound-responsive materials, and enhanced techniques for channeling the magical properties of stone, all emerged from the competitive environment of the markets, where craftsmen strove constantly to create products that would command premium prices. The customer relationships developed within the deep markets often extended far beyond simple commercial transactions, as the specialized nature of Gorge products meant that buyers required ongoing support and education to properly utilize their purchases. Market vendors provided extensive consultation services, teaching customers how to maintain tension crystal items, how to properly tune stone song instruments, and how to care for magical textiles in environments quite different from the Gorge conditions where they were created. The economic impact of the deep markets on the Gorge communities was profound, as the income generated by specialized crafts allowed these settlements to maintain their independence and unique cultural traditions while remaining connected to the broader wizarding world. The markets provided employment for residents with a wide range of skills and interests, from master craftsmen who created the most valuable products to support workers who maintained the complex infrastructure necessary for large-scale commercial operations. The preservation of traditional crafting knowledge within the market workshops created informal universities, where techniques passed down through generations of Gorge dwellers were documented, refined, and transmitted to new practitioners. These knowledge preservation efforts ensured that the specialized skills necessary for creating Gorge products would not be lost, even as the communities evolved and changed over time. The diplomatic functions of the deep markets proved as important as their commercial role, as these trading centers served as neutral meeting grounds where representatives of different magical communities could conduct business and resolve disputes without the complications that might arise from political or territorial considerations. The market's reputation for fairness and discretion made them preferred locations for sensitive negotiations and confidential transactions. As the day's trading draws to a close, and merchants begin securing their valuable wares in chambers carved from living stone, where the sound of settling business echoes off walls that have witnessed centuries of commerce and cultural exchange. The deep markets reveal themselves to be more than mere trading posts. They are living museums of innovation, bridges between isolated communities and the wider world, and testaments to the ingenuity that transforms limitation into opportunity. What unique treasures might emerge from the specialized environments of our own daily lives, if we learn to recognize and cultivate the distinctive advantages that our circumstances provide, rather than focusing on what conventional markets might offer. Chapter 9. Seasonal Migrations and Weather Magic. Within the narrow confines of the Gorge communities, where towering walls could transform gentle rain into devastating torrents, and where seasonal changes brought dramatic shifts in light, temperature, and magical energy. The canyon dwellers developed some of the most sophisticated weather magic ever achieved, creating systems that could predict, control, and adapt to meteorological forces that would overwhelm conventional magical communities. The challenge of seasonal survival in the gorge environments arose from the extreme amplification of weather effects created by the canyon geography. A moderate rainstorm that might cause minor inconvenience to surface communities could produce flash floods that filled the narrow spaces between cliff walls with crushing walls of water in a matter of minutes. Winter snow that accumulated on the rim could create avalanche conditions that threatened to bury entire settlements, while summer heat trapped between stone walls could reach temperatures that made normal life impossible without magical intervention. The most remarkable response to these challenges was the development of seasonal migration patterns within the gorge communities themselves, as residents learned to move their living spaces up and down the canyon walls according to the time of year and prevailing weather conditions. During winter months, families relocated to the deepest, most protected chambers, where geothermal energy from the Earth's core provided natural heating, and where thick stone walls offered protection from surface storms. Summer brought migration to higher levels, where cooler air circulated freely, and where the reduced direct sunlight prevented the deadly heat buildup that could occur in the canyon depths. The magic required to facilitate these regular migrations involved far more than simple transportation spells, as entire living spaces needed to be reconfigured multiple times each year. The gorge dwellers developed techniques for creating modular living environments that could be rapidly assembled and disassembled, with furniture, personal belongings, and even architectural elements that could be magically compressed for transport and then restored to full functionality in new locations. These migration spells represented some of the most complex household magic ever developed, requiring precise coordination between multiple family members and careful timing to avoid conflicts with other families undertaking similar relocations. The weather prediction systems developed within the gorge communities achieved accuracy levels that surpassed even the most sophisticated meteorological magic used by the Ministry of Magic. The canyon environment itself served as a natural weather instrument, with different types of stone responding to atmospheric pressure changes, humidity variations, and electromagnetic fluctuations that preceded major weather events. Skilled weather workers learned to read these geological signs, interpreting the subtle changes in stone color, temperature, and magical resonance that could provide warning of approaching storms, hours or even days before conventional magical forecasting methods detected them. The development of flash flood protection represented perhaps the most crucial survival skill for any gorge community, as the speed with which water levels could rise in narrow canyons left little time for evacuation or conventional protective measures. The weather workers created early warning systems that combined magical monitoring of upstream water conditions with enchanted alarm networks that could alert entire communities within seconds of detecting dangerous water flow increases. These systems incorporated automatic response protocols that would seal critical areas, redirect water flow, and activate emergency evacuation procedures without requiring human intervention. The magical techniques for flood control within gorge environments utilized principles that were unique to canyon geography, taking advantage of the natural channeling effects of the stone walls to redirect and manage water flow, rather than attempting to stop it entirely. Master flood workers could create temporary diversions that would route excess water into specially prepared overflow chambers, or they could alter the magical properties of the flowing water itself, reducing its density and destructive power while maintaining its natural flow patterns. The seasonal transformation rituals that marked the transitions between different weather periods became central elements of gorge community culture, ceremonies that combined practical necessity with spiritual significance as residents prepared their living spaces and magical protections for the challenges of the coming season. These rituals involved the entire community working together to adjust protective wards, recalibrate weather monitoring systems, and perform the complex magic necessary for the seasonal migrations that kept families safe and comfortable throughout the year. The specialized architecture required for seasonal living led to innovations in magical construction that influenced building techniques throughout the wizarding world. Chambers designed for winter occupancy featured enhanced thermal regulation systems that could maintain comfortable temperatures even during the most severe cold, while summer spaces incorporated advanced ventilation magic that could create cooling air currents even in the stagnant atmosphere of the canyon depths. Transitional spaces served as staging areas for seasonal migrations, equipped with storage systems for belongings that were not needed year-round, and workshop areas where seasonal equipment could be maintained and prepared. The agricultural adaptations necessary for survival in dramatically changing seasonal conditions led to the development of accelerated growing techniques that could produce food crops during the brief periods when conditions were optimal for plant growth. The Gorge farmers learned to manipulate the magical properties of their growing environments, creating microclimates that remained stable even when the larger canyon environment underwent dramatic seasonal shifts. These techniques allowed for multiple growing seasons within a single year and enabled the cultivation of crops that would normally require much longer growing periods. The preservation and storage systems developed for managing seasonal food supplies represented major advances in magical food preservation that influenced techniques used throughout the wizarding world. The Gorge communities created storage chambers that could maintain optimal temperature and humidity conditions regardless of external weather, while specialized preservation spells could keep food fresh and nutritious for extended periods without any ongoing magical maintenance. These preservation techniques proved particularly valuable for maintaining emergency food supplies that might be needed during extreme weather events that cut off access to external resources. The energy management systems required for seasonal survival in the Gorge environment led to innovations in magical power storage and distribution that had applications far beyond weather magic. The canyon dwellers learned to harvest and store energy from seasonal phenomena, capturing the power of spring snowmelt, storing the thermal energy of summer heat, and channeling the electrical potential of autumn storms into magical batteries that could provide power throughout the year. These energy storage systems became models for magical power management in other challenging environments. The communication systems that connected Gorge communities during severe weather events utilized the unique acoustic properties of the canyons to maintain contact, even when conventional magical communication methods were disrupted by atmospheric conditions. Emergency communication protocols incorporated sound-based signaling systems that could penetrate weather disturbances, while backup communication networks used the stone walls themselves as transmission media for emergency messages that needed to reach other communities or outside authorities. The training required for mastery of Gorge weather magic began in childhood, as young people needed to develop the instinctive responses and environmental awareness necessary for survival in conditions that could change from safe to deadly within minutes. Weather magic education combined theoretical knowledge about meteorological phenomena with practical training in emergency response procedures, seasonal adaptation techniques, and the complex magic required for effective flood control and storm protection. The specialized equipment developed for weather work in Gorge environments included instruments that could function effectively in the extreme conditions created by canyon weather amplification. Weather monitoring devices had to be protected against the crushing forces of flash floods while remaining sensitive enough to detect subtle changes in atmospheric conditions. Protective equipment for weather workers needed to provide safety during dangerous rescue operations, while allowing the manual dexterity necessary for complex spell work under emergency conditions. The psychological adaptations required for life in an environment subject to extreme seasonal variations led to cultural traditions that emphasized flexibility, preparedness, and community cooperation as essential virtues. The Gorge communities developed philosophical approaches that embraced change as a natural and beneficial aspect of existence, viewing the seasonal challenges not as hardships to be endured, but as opportunities for growth and the development of magical skills that could not be acquired in more stable environments. The influence of Gorge weather magic extended throughout the wizarding world through graduates who left the canyon communities to work in other challenging environments where conventional magical approaches proved inadequate. Weather workers trained in the Gorge techniques became highly sought after for positions requiring expertise in extreme weather management, emergency response, and the kind of adaptive magical thinking that could find solutions to problems that had never been encountered before. The research conducted within the Gorge communities into the relationship between geological features and weather patterns contributed significantly to the broader understanding of magical meteorology. The canyon environment provided natural laboratories where the effects of topography on magical weather phenomena could be studied under controlled conditions, leading to discoveries that improved weather prediction and control techniques throughout the magical world. The seasonal festivals that celebrated successful adaptation to weather challenges became important cultural events that attracted visitors from throughout the wizarding world, drawn by both the spectacular natural beauty of the Gorge environments during different seasons and the opportunity to witness magical techniques that were unavailable elsewhere. These celebrations combined practical demonstrations of weather magic with artistic performances that showcased the cultural achievements of communities that had learned to thrive in one of the most challenging environments in the magical world. As the first storm clouds gather above the canyon rim and the ancient stones begin their subtle warnings of changing weather, where every shadow might herald the approach of conditions that could transform this peaceful valley into a raging torrent within the span of a heartbeat, the true mastery of the Gorge weather workers becomes apparent, not in their ability to control the forces of nature, but in their wisdom to work in harmony with powers far greater than any single magical tradition. Seasonal transformations in our own lives. Might we navigate more successfully if we learn to read the subtle signs that herald approaching changes and develop the flexibility to adapt our circumstances rather than resist the natural rhythms that govern growth and renewal. Chapter 10. The Council of Stone Voices. In the deepest chambers of the Gorge communities, where the natural acoustics transformed individual voices into a chorus that seemed to emerge from the living rock itself, the canyon dwellers developed forms of governance that were unlike any other democratic systems in the wizarding world. These councils utilized the unique properties of their stone environments to create decision-making processes where every voice could be heard with perfect clarity, where the weight of words was amplified by the resonance of ancient stone, and where the very walls seemed to participate in the deliberations that shaped community life. The most sophisticated of these governing bodies was the Council of Stone Voices that governed the Ekafall Gorge, a community of nearly 300 wizarding families spread across 7 levels of cliff-face dwellings. The council chamber, carved from a natural cave system that possessed extraordinary acoustic properties, could accommodate the entire adult population of the settlement, while ensuring that even the softest whisper from any speaker could be heard clearly by every other person present. This democratic accessibility, impossible to achieve in conventional meeting spaces, became the foundation for a form of participatory government that influenced magical political theory throughout Britain. The discovery of the perfect council chamber occurred during the early settlement of Ekafall Gorge, when community founders were exploring the natural cave systems that honeycombed the canyon walls. They found a chamber whose dimensions and stone composition created what acoustical experts would later recognize as a naturally occurring perfect amphitheater, where sound waves from any point within the space would be amplified and clarified, rather than muddled or distorted. More remarkably, the chamber seemed to respond to the emotional content of speech, subtly enhancing the resonance of words spoken with genuine conviction, while causing deceptive or manipulative statements to sound flat and unconvincing. The governance system that evolved within this acoustic environment incorporated principles that took full advantage of the chamber's unique properties. The basic rule of the council was that any member of the community could speak on any issue, but only one person could hold the speaking privileges at any given time. The chamber's acoustics enforced this rule naturally, as attempting to speak while another person held the floor resulted in voice cancellation effects that made simultaneous speech impossible. This natural enforcement of speaking order eliminated the need for conventional parliamentary procedures while ensuring that every viewpoint could be presented clearly and completely. The process of gaining speaking privileges within the council chamber utilized the acoustic properties in ways that seemed almost mystical to outside observers. A person wishing to address the assembly would simply begin speaking in a normal conversational tone from their position anywhere within the chamber. If no one else was currently speaking, the chamber's acoustics would automatically amplify their voice to perfect audibility throughout the space. If someone else already held the floor, the acoustic properties would suppress the new speaker's voice until the current speaker finished, at which point the speaking privileges would transfer automatically to the next person who had begun to speak. The development of specialized speaking techniques for use within the council chamber became an important aspect of civic education within the Gorge community. Residents learned to modulate their voices to work effectively with the chamber's acoustic properties, developing skills that allowed them to convey not just the literal content of their words, but also the emotional significance and personal conviction behind their statements. Master speakers could use subtle variations in tone and rhythm to create effects that enhanced the persuasiveness of their arguments while remaining within the natural acoustic capabilities of the chamber. The voting procedures developed by the Council of Stone Voices represented perhaps the most innovative democratic process ever created in the wizarding world. Rather than using conventional methods like show of hands or ballot casting, the council utilized the acoustic properties of the chamber to conduct what they called harmony voting. Community members would simultaneously hum or vocalize their support for different options under consideration, with the chamber's acoustics combining these individual voices into harmonic patterns that clearly indicated the level of support for each alternative. The resulting harmonies were not just audible, but physically felt throughout the chamber, creating a visceral sense of community consensus that conventional voting methods could never achieve. The record-keeping systems developed for preserving council decisions took advantage of the chamber's ability to store and replay acoustic information. Important debates and decisions were magically recorded within the stone walls themselves, creating an archive of community governance that could be accessed by speaking specific activation phrases that would cause the chamber to replay historical discussions. This acoustic archive served not just as a record of past decisions, but as a resource for understanding the reasoning behind community choices and the evolution of local governance practices over time. The conflict resolution procedures utilized by the council incorporated the chamber's emotional resonance properties to facilitate genuine communication between disputing parties. The acoustic environment seemed to make deception extremely difficult, while encouraging honest expression of feelings and concerns. Mediation sessions conducted within the chamber often achieved resolutions that had proved impossible through conventional negotiation, as the acoustic properties helped participants hear not just the words, but the underlying emotions and genuine needs of other community members. The selection of community leaders within the council system relied on processes that were fundamentally different from conventional magical democratic procedures. Rather than formal campaigns or political competition, leadership emerged organically through the demonstration of wisdom, speaking ability, and the capacity to facilitate productive discussion within the acoustic environment of the council chamber. Individuals who consistently contributed valuable insights and helped guide community discussions toward constructive outcomes naturally gained recognition and influence, while those who attempted to manipulate or dominate discussions found their efforts counterproductive within the truth-enhancing environment of the chamber. The training required for effective participation in the council system began in childhood, as young people needed to develop not just the speaking skills necessary for effective communication within the acoustic environment, but also the listening abilities required to understand the subtle harmonics and emotional undertones that were integral to the council's decision-making processes. Civic education in the Gorge community emphasized the development of empathy, critical thinking, and the ability to express complex ideas clearly and concisely within the time constraints created by the speaking rotation system. The influence of the Council of Stone Voices extended far beyond the governance of its own community, as representatives from other magical communities came to observe and learn from these innovative democratic processes. Many of the principles developed within the acoustic council chamber were adapted for use in other magical governing bodies, though none achieved the seamless integration of environmental features and democratic procedures that characterized the Gorge community's system. The economic decision-making processes of the council incorporated the community's specialized knowledge of Gorge-specific crafts and resources in ways that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of local economic conditions. Resource allocation decisions were made through collaborative discussions that took advantage of the Chamber's ability to facilitate input from community members with different areas of expertise, ensuring that economic policies reflected comprehensive understanding of the community's unique circumstances and capabilities. The legal procedures developed within the council system created some of the most innovative approaches to magical justice ever attempted. Rather than adversarial proceedings where opposing sides competed to win, the acoustic environment encouraged collaborative problem-solving where all parties worked together to understand the truth of disputed situations and develop solutions that served the best interests of the entire community. The Chamber's truth-enhancing properties made traditional concepts of legal representation largely unnecessary, as deception was extremely difficult to maintain within the acoustic environment. The cultural integration of the council system with other aspects of Gorge community life created a seamless blend of governance and daily social interaction that strengthened community bonds and ensured broad participation in democratic processes. Council sessions often incorporated musical elements that took advantage of the Chamber's acoustic properties, while important community decisions were celebrated through ceremonial events that reinforced the collective nature of the decision-making process. The emergency procedures developed for crisis situations demonstrated the flexibility and effectiveness of the acoustic governance system under extreme conditions. During weather emergencies or other threats to community safety, the council chamber could be rapidly converted into a command center where emergency decisions could be made and communicated with unprecedented speed and clarity. The acoustic properties that facilitated normal democratic deliberation proved equally valuable for coordinating complex emergency responses that required input from multiple specialists and rapid implementation of community-wide protective measures. The preservation of democratic traditions within the council system included formal procedures for transmitting governance knowledge to new generations and for adapting traditional practices to changing circumstances while maintaining their essential characteristics. The acoustic archive served not just as a record of past decisions, but as a training resource where young people could study examples of effective democratic participation and learn from the wisdom of previous generations. The philosophical implications of governance within an environment that enhanced truth-telling and emotional honesty had profound effects on the political culture of the Gorge community. The difficulty of maintaining deception within the council chamber encouraged a cultural emphasis on honesty and transparency that extended into all aspects of community life, creating social conditions where trust and cooperation flourished, while political manipulation and corruption became virtually impossible. The research conducted by outside scholars into the acoustic governance system contributed significantly to the broader understanding of democratic theory and the relationship between environmental factors and political processes. The success of the Council of Stone Voices demonstrated that innovative approaches to democratic participation could achieve levels of citizen engagement and decision-making effectiveness that exceeded conventional political systems, inspiring experimentation with environmental democracy in other magical communities. As the evening council session draws to a close, and the last speaker's words fade into the gentle echo that seems to carry the collective wisdom of generations within these ancient stone walls, where every voice has been heard, and every concern has found expression in the harmonic chorus of democratic deliberation. The true power of this acoustic democracy becomes clear not in its efficiency or innovation, but in its fundamental recognition that authentic governance emerges when barriers to genuine communication are removed, and every member of the community can contribute their voice to the ongoing conversation that shapes collective life. What decisions in our own lives might benefit from the kind of honest, transparent deliberation that these stone chambers facilitate, and how might we create environments where genuine communication can flourish despite the noise and distraction that often characterize our daily interactions. Chapter 11. Guardians of the Deep Paths. Within the shadowed depths where stone walls rise like natural fortresses, and every pathway becomes a potential battleground that favors those who know its secrets, the Gorge communities developed defensive strategies that transformed their canyon homes into some of the most impregnable magical strongholds ever created. These guardian traditions, passed down through generations of protectors who understood that security meant far more than simple concealment, created multi-layered defense systems that worked in harmony with the natural advantages of the Gorge environment to create protection that was both subtle and absolutely effective. The most legendary of these defensive installations was the Wardstone Gorge, a canyon settlement in the Scottish Highlands that successfully withstood 7 major attacks during the turbulent centuries when dark wizards sought to claim magical territories for their own use. The defenders of Wardstone Gorge developed techniques that turned every natural feature of their environment into a component of their protective system, creating a seamless integration of magical defenses and geographical advantages that made their community virtually impregnable to outside attack. The foundation of Gorge defensive strategy rested on the understanding that traditional approaches to magical protection, concealment charms, barrier spells, and guardian creatures were insufficient for communities that needed to maintain ongoing contact with the outside world for trade and communication. Instead, the Gorge defenders developed layered security systems that could selectively allow access to friendly visitors while presenting insurmountable obstacles to potential threats, creating what they called permeable fortifications that combined the advantages of openness and security. The outer defensive perimeter of a well-protected Gorge community began far from the canyon itself, with early warning systems that could detect the approach of potentially hostile magic users while they were still miles away from the settlement. These detection networks utilized the natural, magical conductivity of certain stone formations to create sensing webs that could identify the magical signatures of approaching individuals and determine their likely intentions based on the types of spells they carried and the emotional resonance of their magical auras. The approach routes to Gorge communities were engineered to provide maximum defensive advantage to the inhabitants while appearing to be natural geographical features to outside observers. Paths that seemed to offer easy access actually led to dead ends or dangerous areas where attackers could be trapped and neutralized, while the genuine access routes were concealed through illusion magic that made them appear impassable to anyone who did not possess the proper magical keys. These false paths incorporated psychological elements that would gradually erode the confidence and determination of hostile forces, causing many potential attacks to abandon their efforts before reaching the community's primary defenses. The development of acoustic defense systems represented one of the most innovative aspects of Gorge security, as the natural sound amplification properties of the canyon environment could be weaponized to create defensive effects that were impossible to achieve in conventional terrain. Defensive sound barriers could be activated that would disorient attackers while providing clear communication advantages to defenders, while acoustic weapons could focus the power of the Gorge's natural echo effects to create stunning or incapacitating attacks that left no physical trace of magical combat. The entrance security protocols developed for Gorge communities utilized both magical and natural authentication methods that were extremely difficult for unauthorized individuals to circumvent. Visitors needed to demonstrate not just knowledge of password phrases, but also the ability to produce the correct acoustic responses within the specific resonance environment of the Gorge entrance. These vocal keys required precise understanding of the acoustic properties of the entrance area and could not be replicated by individuals who had not been properly trained in the community's security procedures. The Guardian training programs within Gorge communities produced defenders whose skills were uniquely adapted to the three-dimensional combat environment of the canyon settlements. These protectors learned to fight effectively while suspended on cliff faces, to use the acoustic properties of the gorge to coordinate defensive actions, and to employ the natural features of the terrain as weapons and shields, in ways that gave them overwhelming advantages over attackers who were unfamiliar with the canyon environment. The defensive enchantments built into the architecture of gorge settlements created protective systems that were integral to the structure itself, rather than added as external magical overlays. Corridors could be sealed instantly by activating stone-flowing spells that would close passages as if they had never existed, while chambers could be transformed into traps that would contain attackers until defenders could respond to the threat. These architectural defenses were powered by the natural magical currents flowing through the stone walls, ensuring that they could operate indefinitely without requiring ongoing magical maintenance. The development of mobile defensive platforms represented a unique adaptation to the vertical nature of gorge terrain, as traditional ground-based defensive positions were often inadequate for protecting communities spread across multiple levels of cliff faces. These platforms, constructed using tension crystal technology and powered by focused magical energy, could move rapidly between different defensive positions while providing stable platforms for magical combat in the challenging environment of the canyon walls. The intelligence-gathering networks maintained by gorge communities created early warning systems that could detect threats long before they materialized into actual attacks. These networks utilized the community's trade relationships and communication links to monitor political developments throughout the magical world, identifying potential sources of hostility and tracking the movements of known dark wizards who might pose threats to the settlements. This intelligence capability allowed defensive preparations to begin weeks or months before attacks occurred, ensuring that communities were never caught unprepared by hostile action. The alliance systems developed between different gorge communities created mutual defense networks that could coordinate protective efforts across multiple settlements, sharing intelligence and resources to create collective security that was far more effective than individual community defenses. These alliances included standardized communication protocols that could rapidly alert allied communities to threats, as well as predetermined response procedures that would allow multiple settlements to coordinate their defensive efforts against large-scale attacks. The specialized weapons developed for gorge defense took advantage of the unique properties of materials available within the canyon environment, particularly tension crystals and acoustically resonant stones that could be fashioned into defensive tools unavailable anywhere else in the wizarding world. Crystal-tipped arrows could be fired with devastating accuracy, using the natural wind currents within the gorge, while sonic weapons, utilizing carved stone resonators, could produce effects that would incapacitate attackers without causing permanent harm. The evacuation procedures developed for use during overwhelming attacks demonstrated the sophisticated emergency planning that characterized gorge defensive thinking. These procedures included predetermined escape routes that utilized hidden passages and emergency bridges, as well as protocols for destroying sensitive materials and defensive installations to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. The vertical nature of gorge settlements actually provided advantages for evacuation, as residents could rapidly move to different levels of the community, or escape entirely through routes that would be impossible for ground-based attackers to follow. The psychological warfare techniques employed by gorge defenders utilized the intimidating natural environment of the canyon settlements to maximum effect, creating defensive strategies that could defeat attacks through fear and confusion, rather than direct magical combat. The acoustic properties of the gorges could be used to create terrifying sound effects that would make small defensive forces seem much larger and more powerful than they actually were, while illusion magic combined with the natural shadows and echoes of the canyon environment could create the impression of supernatural guardians protecting the settlement. The post-attack recovery procedures developed by gorge communities ensured that successful defenses did not leave the settlements vulnerable to follow-up attacks or create lasting damage to community infrastructure. These procedures included rapid repair protocols for damaged defensive installations, medical treatment systems for injured defenders, and investigation methods for determining how attacks had penetrated outer security layers, and what improvements might be needed to prevent similar future threats. The training of defensive specialists within Gorge communities required not just mastery of combat magic, but also deep understanding of the geological and acoustic properties that made their defensive systems effective. These specialists learned to work with the natural features of their environment as partners in protective efforts, developing skills that allowed them to enhance and direct the defensive advantages provided by the canyon geography, rather than simply imposing magical solutions that ignored the unique characteristics of their terrain. The influence of Gorge defensive innovations extended throughout the magical security community, as the techniques developed within these canyon settlements proved applicable to other challenging environments where conventional protective magic was inadequate. The principles of environmental integration, layered security, and selective permeability that characterized Gorge defenses influenced the design of protective systems for everything from magical research facilities to high-security ministry installations. The influence of Gorge defensive innovations extended throughout the magical security community, as the techniques developed within these canyon settlements proved applicable to other challenging environments where conventional protective magic was inadequate. The principles of environmental integration, layered security, and selective permeability that characterized Gorge defenses influenced the design of protective systems for everything from magical research facilities to high-security ministry installations. The cultural impact of living within highly effective defensive systems shaped the character and worldview of Gorge community residents in ways that extended far beyond simple security concerns. The knowledge that their homes were virtually impregnable to outside attack fostered a cultural confidence that allowed these communities to maintain their unique traditions and independence while remaining connected to the broader wizarding world. This security also enabled the long-term thinking and planning necessary for the major architectural and magical projects that characterized the most successful Gorge settlements. The philosophical implications of defensive systems that worked in harmony with natural environmental features influenced magical security theory throughout the wizarding world, demonstrating that the most effective protection often came from understanding and enhancing natural advantages, rather than attempting to impose artificial barriers that worked against geographical realities. This environmental approach to defense became a fundamental principle in advanced magical security planning. Darkness settles over the Gorge, and the ancient watch begins, where every shadow might conceal a guardian, and every echo might carry a warning, where the stone walls themselves stand ready to defend those who have learned to work in partnership with forces far older and more enduring than any attack that mortal wizards might devise. The true strength of these communities becomes apparent not in their weapons or walls, but in their wisdom to recognize that the greatest security comes from becoming so deeply integrated with one's environment that the land itself becomes an ally in the eternal struggle between those who would protect and those who would destroy. What natural strengths and advantages in our own lives might we learn to recognize and develop as foundations for the kind of deep security that comes not from building walls against the world, but from becoming so firmly rooted in our authentic place that we cannot be easily displaced by external threats or challenges? Chapter 12. Legacy of the Stone Dwellers. As the centuries have passed, and the wizarding world has evolved through countless changes in technology, politics, and magical understanding, the innovations and wisdom developed within the hidden Gorge communities continue to influence magical society in ways both profound and subtle. These canyon civilizations, born from the marriage of human ingenuity and natural forces, created approaches to magic, community, and environmental harmony that remain relevant and valuable long after many of their original settlements have been abandoned or transformed beyond recognition. The architectural principles pioneered by the Gorge communities fundamentally changed how magical structures were conceived and constructed throughout the wizarding world. The understanding that buildings could work in partnership with their natural environments, rather than simply imposing human will upon geographical features, influenced everything from the expansion of Hogwarts Castle to the design of modern magical research facilities. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, with its emphasis on acoustically perfect chambers and structurally integrated magical systems, owes much to techniques first developed in the stone workshops of the canyon settlements. The tension crystal technology that originated in the Gorge bridge building families found applications far beyond its original transportation purposes, revolutionizing magical construction and enabling architectural achievements that would have been impossible using conventional materials and methods. Modern magical buildings incorporate tension crystal elements in their foundations and support structures, while the principles of distributed stress management developed by the Skywright family influenced the engineering of everything from Quidditch stadiums to the protective barriers that shield magical communities from Muggle observation. The echo magic and stone singing traditions that flourished within the acoustic environments of the canyons contributed significantly to the broader understanding of sound-based magic throughout the wizarding world. The techniques pioneered by Gorge practitioners enhanced magical communication systems, improved the effectiveness of healing magic, and created new possibilities for artistic expression that enriched magical culture. The Hogwarts choir's renowned performances incorporate harmonies and vocal techniques that were first developed in the resonant chambers of the Gorge communities, while modern magical communication networks utilize principles of acoustic amplification and sound preservation that originated in places like Murmur's Hollow. The agricultural innovations developed within the vertical gardens of the Gorge settlements transformed magical horticulture and influenced food production throughout the wizarding world. The techniques for growing plants in magically enhanced environments, the development of essence soil cultivation, and the creation of cascade growing systems enabled magical communities to achieve agricultural self-sufficiency in environments where conventional farming would have been impossible. These innovations proved particularly valuable during times of crisis when traditional food supply networks were disrupted by war or natural disasters. The water magic systems pioneered in communities like Silverflow Gorge contributed to advances in magical engineering that improved everything from potion brewing to large-scale enchantment work. The understanding that flowing water could serve as a medium for magical energy transmission influenced the design of magical power distribution systems, while the techniques for encoding information in water currents contributed to the development of more sophisticated magical communication and data storage methods. The democratic governance innovations developed by the Council of Stone Voices influenced political theory and practice throughout the magical world, demonstrating that environmental factors could be utilized to enhance democratic participation and improve the quality of collective decision-making. The acoustic democracy principles pioneered in the Gorge communities inspired experimentation with environmental governance in other magical institutions, while the truth-enhancing properties of certain acoustic environments led to improvements in magical legal procedures and conflict resolution methods. The defensive strategies developed within the Gorge communities contributed significantly to magical security theory, particularly the understanding that the most effective protection comes from working with natural environmental advantages rather than imposing artificial barriers that ignore geographical realities. These principles influenced the design of protective systems for everything from individual wizard dwellings to major magical institutions, while the concept of permeable fortifications that could selectively allow access while maintaining security became a fundamental principle in advanced magical protection work. The specialized crafts and manufacturing techniques developed within the deep markets created entirely new categories of magical goods that enriched wizarding commerce and culture. The unique properties of tension crystal jewelry, stone song instruments, and magically enhanced textiles demonstrated that isolation and environmental challenges could foster innovation that produced items of extraordinary value and beauty. These crafting traditions continue to influence magical artisans throughout the wizarding world, while the bartering systems and quality assurance methods developed within the Gorge markets provided models for specialized magical commerce. The weather magic and seasonal adaptation strategies pioneered by the Gorge communities proved invaluable for magical communities in challenging environments throughout the world. The techniques for predicting and managing extreme weather events, the systems for seasonal migration and adaptation, and the methods for working with rather than against natural forces influenced magical practices wherever wizards needed to survive in environments that conventional magic found difficult to manage. The educational approaches developed within the Gorge communities, with their emphasis on environmental integration and practical application of magical theory, influenced teaching methods throughout the wizarding world. Students who came to Hogwarts from Gorge communities brought perspectives and skills that enriched the educational experience for all students, while their understanding of how magic could work in harmony with natural forces contributed to advances in magical theory that benefited the entire wizarding community. The preservation and knowledge storage methods developed within the Gorge settlements created some of the most comprehensive archives of magical knowledge ever assembled. The techniques for storing information in stone, the development of acoustic archives, and the creation of living libraries that could respond to research needs influenced how magical knowledge was preserved and transmitted throughout the wizarding world. These methods proved particularly valuable for maintaining knowledge that conventional storage methods could not adequately protect. The cultural traditions that emerged within the Gorge communities, with their emphasis on cooperation, environmental harmony, and the integration of practical and spiritual concerns, influenced magical societies' understanding of how communities could maintain their unique characteristics while remaining connected to the broader wizarding world. The seasonal festivals, the community cooperation rituals, and the traditions of shared responsibility for environmental stewardship provided models for magical communities seeking to balance independence with integration. The philosophical implications of living in harmony with natural forces, rather than attempting to dominate them, influenced magical theory throughout the wizarding world, encouraging approaches to magic that emphasized partnership and cooperation, rather than simple imposition of human will. This environmental philosophy contributed to advances in magical practice that proved more sustainable and effective than approaches that ignored the wisdom inherent in natural systems. The medical and healing innovations developed within the Gorge communities, particularly the use of acoustic therapy and the development of healing environments that worked with natural forces, influenced magical medicine throughout the wizarding world. The understanding that healing could be enhanced through environmental factors led to improvements in magical hospitals and healing centers, while the techniques for using sound and resonance in therapeutic applications created new possibilities for treating conditions that conventional magical medicine found difficult to address. The economic models developed within the Gorge communities demonstrated that specialized magic-dependent economies could thrive while maintaining sustainable relationships with their environments. These models influenced how other magical communities approached economic development, particularly in situations where conventional economic approaches were inadequate for the unique circumstances of magical environments. The research and development activities conducted within the Gorge settlements contributed to advances in magical theory that influenced everything from spell development to the understanding of how magical energy interacts with natural forces. The unique laboratory conditions available within the canyon environments enabled experiments that would have been impossible elsewhere, leading to discoveries that benefited magical practitioners throughout the wizarding world. The integration of art and functionality that characterized Gorge community innovations influenced magical culture's understanding of how aesthetic considerations could enhance rather than compromise practical effectiveness. The beautiful bridges, the musical architecture, and the artistic elements incorporated into defensive systems demonstrated that effectiveness and beauty could work together to create achievements that were greater than either could accomplish alone. As we stand at the rim of these ancient gorges in the present day, looking down into depths where the lights of magical dwellings still twinkle like earthbound stars, and where the sound of flowing water continues its eternal song of transformation and renewal, we can see that the true legacy of the stone dwellers lies not in any single innovation or technique, but in their fundamental understanding that magic reaches its highest expression when it works in harmony with the natural world, rather than in opposition to it. The Gorge communities demonstrated that limitation can become opportunity, that isolation can foster innovation, and that the greatest achievements often emerge when we learn to work with the forces that surround us, rather than attempting to impose our will upon them. Their legacy lives on not only in the specific techniques and knowledge they developed, but in the philosophical approach they pioneered, an approach that recognizes magic as part of a larger web of natural forces that we can join, but never truly control. What hidden gorges exist within our own lives? Places where apparent limitations might be transformed into opportunities for innovation and growth, if we learn to work with, rather than against, the natural forces that shape our circumstances. And how might we develop the patience and wisdom to carve beauty and meaning from the raw stone of our daily challenges?